And a very good evening to you. I'm Tyler Peterson, and welcome to today's broadcast of Vibes Baseball live on YouTube. También, bienvenidos toda la gente en Mexico y Monclova. We are live from Colorado Springs, Colorado, as the Vibes prepare for Game 5 of this 6-game series against the Glacier Range Riders from Montana, live from UC Health Park. Last night, the Vibes staged a late comeback, but it fell a few runs short. They lost by the score of 13-7. In that loss, Caleb Marquez hit his third home run of the season. We've got a few faces on this Vibes team for today. We'll tell you a little bit about who's here, who left, and how the roster is shaped up today after the break. We'll have lineups and first pitch for Game 5 right after this. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to UC Health Park. Tyler Peterson and Dawn R. Curie live with you in our press box. A few changes for the Vibes today. In are right-handed pitcher Johnny Morrell and Dallas Binder. Morrell was in spring training with the Glacier Range Riders. Binder was in spring training at the Idaho Falls Chuckers. They were both cut, and they are now on this team. Joshua Esparza was placed on the 10-day injured list, retroactive to May 26. You may remember he hurt himself on a play going down the baseline. He will not be available. He was on the lineup card yesterday, but he was not going to play. Also out is Jorge Gonzalez, who pitched 2 games for the Vibes. He was traded today to the Ogden Raptors for a player to be named later. And for the lineups, I'll send it over to Don R. Curie as the Vibes are coming out on the field.
All right, thank you, Tyler, and welcome again to UC Health Park. The Glacier Range Riders under manager Nick Hogan, winners of the first three out of the first 4, for this 6-game series. They're going to send it out with Ben McConnell batting first in center field. At shortstop, batting second is Gabe Howell. Batting third at first base, Brady Wofford. In left field, batting fourth, Dean Miller. Batting fifth in right field, Brandon Trammell. The designated hitter for tonight, batting sixth, Tyler Ryan. Batting seventh at second base is Ryan Cash. Batting eighth, catching, Jared Fry. Batting ninth at third base, Brant Broussard. It's McConnell, Howell, Wofford, Miller, Trammell, Ryan, Cash, Fry, and Broussard. The starting pitcher tonight for the Range Riders is number 28, Andrew Stout.
And now it's time for the national anthem. Let's send it down to the field where Steven Sanders is ready to sing the Star Spangled Banner.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 2022 Rocky Mountain Pride. Taking the field with the team tonight is Raptors Athletics. Your junior Vibes represented by Children's Hospital Colorado. At Children's Hospital Colorado, we see more, treat more, and heal more kids than any hospital in our 7-state region. We're experienced and forward-thinking when it comes to the latest methods for diagnosis and treatment. Thank you, Children's Hospital Colorado, for sponsoring tonight's Junior Vibe. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise at this time and kindly remove your caps as we honor the United States with the playing of our national anthem. Performing our national anthem today is Stephen Sanders, a veteran of both the U.S. Navy and Air Force. He currently serves as the Chief of Social Work at Fort Carson Soldier Recovery Unit for soldiers in transition.
Stephen Sanders, a rock version of the Star-Spangled Banner. Nicely done. For the Vibes lineup, once again, here's Don R. Curie.
All right, thank you, Kyler. And continuing on as your starting lineups for the Vibes under manager, Francisco Cabrera. Batting first in center field is Gio Diaz. At shortstop, batting second, Brandon Perez. Batting third in left field, Dominique Hernandez. Batting fourth in third base is Ulysses Cantu. Designated hitter, batting fifth is Miguel Tejada Jr. At first base, batting sixth, Caleb Marquez. Batting seventh in right field, Dallas Binder, our newcomer. Batting eighth at second base is Paul Carreño. Catching and batting ninth, Julian Lara. So your lineup is Diaz, Perez, Hernandez, Cantu, Tejada Jr., Marquez, Binder, Carreño, and Lara. The starting pitcher tonight for the Vibes is number 22, Yasiel Ochoa.
And for Ochoa, this is his second appearance of the year. First start, though, he went 2/3 of an inning in a game against the Range Riders, allowed 4 runs on a hit, 2 walks, and a strikeout. He hit a batter, an ERA of 54, but that's just a sort of overinflated number at this point. So your Vibes defense tonight: Hernandez in left, Diaz in center, Binder, the newest Vibe, in right. Around the diamond, third to first, Cantu, Perez, Carreño, and Marquez. Lara behind the plate with Ochoa on the mound. We'll get to know the 2 new members of this Vibes team, but Dallas Binder in right field. He's listed as an infielder. He was just let go by the Idaho Falls Chuckers. He didn't make the opening day roster. In one of their preseason games, however, he hit an inside-the-park home run against the Missoula Paddleheads. So here's Ben McConnell. He'll lead it off for the Range Riders. Glacier is 3-1. And that means the Vibes are 1-3. McConnell 9 for 18. No home runs, 2 RBI. First pitch hits McConnell in the back right at 5:05 p.m. He's been on base quite a bit, McConnell, but that's the first time he's been on by the hit by pitch. 74 degrees, the temperature at first pitch. Few clouds in the sky. It's cooled off slightly from earlier. So one pitch, a runner on. And this is Gabe Howell. And there's strike one to Howell. Last night for Howell, 1 for 3. He scored 3 runs and drove in his 13th RBI of the season. Be careful of McConnell. He's already swiped 7 bags. Ochoa a lefty, so it'll be a harder read. If he goes, it would have to be on first move. Howell takes inside. They'll appeal. He does not swing.
Ochoa is displaying a similar motion to what he had last year. He is quick to the plate, so we'll see how that cat and mouse game goes at first base.
Here's the 1-1. McConnell. Oh, he throws it away. Ochoa throws it right past the first base umpire. And McConnell's going to go all the way to third. Are they going to send him home? They are not going to, as Marquez picks it up and runs it back in. It's going to be a straight error. A 2-base error that allows McConnell to get to third. So runner at third, nobody out. That's just off the plate. Glacier in business early. That's high. Howell 9 hits in 16 at-bats. 11 runs. 18 total bases in 16 at-bats. That's some kind of ratio. Infield playing back. Nobody out here in the top of the first. Ground ball towards short. Perez is there. Backs up. Throws onto first. In time. It's a 6-3 ground out. Howell picks up his 14th RBI of the season. Scoring is McConnell. And we will have to see later in this inning whether this run will be earned or unearned for Ochoa. Wofford up now. Third place hitter, the first baseman. Brody Wofford, 5 hits in 18 at-bats, a home run, and 2 RBI. This is flied over to left. Over is Hernandez. This is going to drop foul. Last night for Wofford, 3 hits and 5 at-bats. He picked up that home run we were talking about and both of his RBI. Hasiel Ochoa last year for Rocky Mountain. No one had more starts than he did. He made 17 starts for the Vibes last year. A record of 2-10, but the Vibes only won 22 games last year. Pitched 79 innings in total. Wofford takes low. 2-1 the count. Just began our ball game. 1-0 Glacier. And that's off the plate. Fastball at 85. Ochoa stands 6'3", 198, and the 3-1 to Wofford is a strike. Wofford was ready to toss the bat away, but close enough, said home plate umpire Doug Hodges. Doug Hodges behind the plate, William Berger at first, Kenny Aducci, our umpire, at third. He was behind the plate last night. Full count pitch now to Wofford. He swings, fouls it back into the crowd and onto the concourse. A 5:05 Salute Sunday starts, so the Vibes are in their Salute Sunday jerseys. Red, white, and blue. Another payoff to Wofford. This is in the dirt. It's ball 4. And I think it is worth saying that Ochoa, still just 19 years old. Here's Dean Miller. Miller, the left fielder today. That's some nice messages from his grandfather, who has been watching from Ohio. So I want to say hello, Donald, and appreciate you watching. I want to thank everyone watching right now. As I speak, 70 folks hanging out with us on a Sunday early evening. First pitch is low to Miller. Miller's been the DH for the first 4 ball games. Here he plays left. 7 hits and 16 at-bats, 6 RBI. Short lead for Wofford. Steps back, and it's a strike. Pretty big hole on the right side of this infield with the second baseman, Carreño, shading towards second base. He'll be covering the bag in case Wofford runs. Wofford does not run, and Ochoa is going to throw over, and he gets back. Well, a very special Memorial Day game tomorrow at 4:30. We hope you can join us in the ballpark, but if you can't, then we hope you can join us here on the broadcast. Ochoa to the plate. Miller takes inside. 17 pitches for Ochoa in this first inning. 10 balls, 7 strikes. It's a runner on first with 1 out. 1-0 Glacier. Now the 2-1 to Miller. There goes Wofford. The pitch is inside. The throw down is on the money, and they got him. Nice throw from Lara. It's a caught stealing 2-4. And there's 2 away. Well, they stole quite a few bases off of Lara yesterday. He got 1 guy at third. Better start here as he catches Wofford going to second. And there's a strike, and now it's 3-2. Two down, bases empty in the top of the first. A 3-2 count to Miller. And it's swung on, tapped to third. Cantu waits back on it. He's got to get off a strong throw. He does, and Miller is out. 1 run on no hits, an error, and no men left on base. That run is unearned for Ochoa. We head to the bottom of the first. It's 1-0 Glacier. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to UC Health Park. It's the bottom of the first. Andrew Stout on the hill for the Glacier Range Riders. It's his second start of the season. It'll be Diaz, Perez, Hernandez, the first three to face him. Stout started the second game of the year, the game which began on the 24th and ended on the 25th. He went the first inning, as this is fouled down the first base line. We got one inning in on the 24th before the rain came in. And in that inning, he allowed 2 hits, a run. He struck out a batter. Gio Diaz, his first game in center field. His pitch is inside at 80 miles an hour. It's 1-1. For Glacier, it's Miller in left, McConnell in center, Trammell in right. Around the diamond, third to first, Broussard, Howell, Cash, Wofford. It's Fry behind the plate and Stout on the mound. That's strike 2 on the outside. Diaz, 6 hits in 14 at-bats. His 4th start of the season. 2 RBI for Diaz. The 1-2 is in the dirt. If you're just joining us, it's the bottom of the first, 1-0 Glacier. They got the run on a Howell RBI groundout. A lot of wind today. We might see some balls fly if they can get up in the air as Diaz fouls us back into the crowd. And someone made a nice catch on the bare hand, I believe. It gets a nice round of applause. On the field, though, it's still 2-2. Good offense for the Vibes. They're batting .388 as a team through the first 4 games. And this is inside, a nice take. It's a full count. They find themselves behind once again. Here's the 3-2 to Diaz. He takes low, ball 4. It's a leadoff walk in the bottom of the first. And here's Brandon Perez. No one has been in the batter's box more in a Vibes jersey in team history than Brandon Perez. Most at-bats and plate appearances. Perez, 7 hits in 16 at-bats. He fouls the first pitch away. He's got a double and a triple through the first 4 games. And he's batted in 2. Pitch, a ground ball into right field. That's a base hit. Diaz will stop at second. Perez picks up the first hit for the Vibes today, and they have 2 men on with nobody out here in the bottom of inning number 1.
Just off the handle, Tyler, and it found its way just past the stretching glove of Brady Wofford. So Vibes got something going here early.
And now the meat of this order. Hernandez, Cantu, Tejada, Marquez. It's all about hitting them where they ain't. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch to Hernandez. Swing and a miss. Was looking fastball. He got off speed. Vibes trying to answer back after Glacier scored 1 in the very top of the first. Hernandez takes a strike at the knees. It's a quick 0-2. Dominique batting .467. 7 hits and 15 at-bats. He's been on base quite a bit. He's only driven in 2, though, out of that 3 spot. Now the 0-2. Swing, and this is poked into right, just like Perez. They're going to hold Diaz at third. Nice hitting on 0-2 to just serve that the other way. A nice protect swing, and the bases are loaded with nobody out.
Yeah, that pitch was on the outer half of the plate, and he put some good wood on it and got it through the hole. Might have been guarding against a potential steal situation, but second baseman was shaded over towards second. That left, again, a little bit of a hole, just like the previous batters.
I mean, he beat a pitcher's pitch. That was way off the plate. Stout hit his spot right where Fry put it. It's a better swing by Hernandez. Now Cantu, bases loaded, nobody out. First pitch, ground ball to third. Broussard will go to second for one. On to first, a double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3. No RBI, but Diaz does come in, and this game is tied. So it's not the outcome you want. You're certainly glad you score the run, but now it's a runner at third with 2 outs. You can soften the blow, though, if Tejada can come through here. First pitch, fouled back. Scoring is Diaz. It's Perez at third. Tejada, the DH today, leading the Vibes in offensive categories. Most hits on the team with 9. 9 hits and 14 at-bats. It's a .643 batting average. 6 RBI, tied for the team lead with the man on deck, Caleb Marquez. Swing and a miss. Too early on that off speed. And it's a quick 0-2. A 1-1 game here in the bottom of inning number 1. Stout set, Fry setting up outside. The pitch to the plate, swung on and missed. Another breaking ball, and Stout gets his first strikeout. The Vibes tie the game on the ground out, the double play off the bat of Cantu. Diaz scores. After 1, we're all tied at 1. We head to the top of the second. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. It's the top of the second inning, 1-1 our score. It'll be Brandon Trammell, Tyler Ryan, and Ryan Cash. Tyler Peterson, rejoined by Don Arcuri back in our broadcast booth. Trammell Takes inside ball one. Lefty-lefty matchup. Brandon Trammell, 7 hits in 16 at-bats. And I'm giving hits and at-bats because if I say he's batting .438, better than Ted Williams, but
we are just 5 games in or 4 games plus into the season, so. But, hey, it makes you feel good if you're hitting over 400 any point in the season, I suppose.
he does have a grand slam and 7 RBI. And that's fouled back. Chase that one. 1-2.
Don't know if you got any information, Tyler, on the brand new display out over the Air Academy Federal Credit Union sign in left center field. Maybe we can hit on that here shortly.
Swing and a miss. Strikeout for Ochoa. It's his first. Yes, we actually just installed it yesterday. Yesterday was our first day under the new display, which is our pitch clock. There are 3 pitch clocks in the stadium. One just to the left of center field, and then next to each dugout as well. Without any runners on, a pitcher has 15 seconds to come set and deliver a pitch, or else it'll be a ball. That goes up to 17 seconds if there are runners on. And the batter must be in the box and set by 8 seconds. Otherwise, a strike will be issued.
I think they experimented with that maybe 2 years ago, I guess, with a pitch clock and shot for a very short time, and then it was done away with.
This is down low. Well, I know the Atlantic League, which is also an MLB partner league, served as the more experimental league as far as rules go. We saw the bases moved. We saw the mound moved, which don't even ask a groundskeeper about moving a mound. Don't ask Colin. Don't ask anyone. Stealing first on a wild pitch, I believe that's something they tried as well in the Atlantic League. And the pitch clock, which has stayed. Small bloop right into the glove of Paul Carreño. It's a pop out, 2 away. As to whether it sped up the game, well, we went 3:22 the exact same time as opening night. It might take some time to break it in a little.
And you said there is a display behind home plate, so the pitcher is aware of that as well.
At the end of each dugout, the ends that are closest to the press box, there is a clock against the wall so that the pitcher can see as well as the batter. If you can hear those rumblings on our crowd mic, that is the wind that is picking up in the stadium. 2 away here in the top of inning number 2. This is Ryan Cash. Cash is 4 for 7. Excuse me, he is 1 for 7. He shows bunt, pulls it back. 3 RBI, though. His 3rd start in 5 games. He's played all 5 games. Ochoa to the plate. That's a strike on the outside.
Nice pitch by Ochoa there. Took a little off and painted that outside corner.
From the windup. That's low. It's ball 4. Cash reaches on the walk. It's the 2nd walk from Ochoa. And that'll bring up Jared Fry. We've seen Felix Abarut back-to-back games. Now here's Fry, the other catcher. This will be his 3rd start. 3 hits in 9 at-bats for Fry. There goes Cash. The throw from Lara. A decent one, but was not caught by Carreño. Stolen base for Cash. And now Fry bats with a runner in scoring position. And Cash got a good jump because he's going first move on Ochoa.
You know that Ochoa had that nice move to first base there in the first inning and just threw the ball away. I think they would have had the runner picked off.
Yeah, McConnell started to go to second, so he definitely chose the wrong time to run. This is low. Two away in the top of the second. Runner on second in a 1-1 ball game. Our first Salute Sunday in these red, white, and blue unis. And on the cap, it's a picture of Toasty with his arm in a salute. Military members, active and retired, receive free tickets. I believe up to 5 free tickets, Don, if I have my promotions correct, to every Sunday home game. Carreño sneaking in behind Cash. Ochoa is going to come to the plate, though. Fry pops it up. Going over is Lara. Does he have a play? He will make the catch! As he crashes into the netting. 3 outs. The inning is over. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 man left on base. And a nice play from Julian Lara. We head to the bottom of the second. 1-1. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Back inside UC Health Park, Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri with you. 1-1. It's Marquez, the newest Vibe, Binder, and Paul Carreño to face Andrew Stout. First pitch to Marquez, swung on and fouled out of play. 3 home runs for the Vibes in 4 games, all off the bat of this man. He went .431 to left center field yesterday, and we know that because we've got the track man up and running. Thought about it, didn't offer, strike 2.
Pretty stiff breeze headed out towards left center field. If he can get a hold of one here.
Just get it up in the air. 0-2. That's high.
Your dimensions here at UC Health Park, 350 down the lines, 385 in left and right center field, and 410 to straightaway center.
The 1-2 to Marquez. He swings and just gets a piece of it. He's struck out 10 times. So when he hits the ball, it goes an awful long way. 5 hits, 3 home runs, and 2 doubles.
Can't argue with that.
Way outside. That didn't even tempt Marquez.
You know, it's nice to have that power in that spot in the lineup. You know, just rely on your 3, 4, and 5 hitters. Oftentimes they can get on base, and it's nice to have a little bit of power on the latter half of the batting order.
Now a 2-2 count to Marquez, leading off the bottom of the second. Swing and a ground ball toward the shortstop. Howell waits on the big hop. Throws over to first in time to get Marquez. One away. Here's Dallas Binder. Excuse me, Dallas Binder. I gotta get that right. Dallas Binder, Binder. He was just released off of the spring training roster from the Idaho Falls Chuckers. 24 years old, from Tucson, Arizona, playing right field tonight. First pitch, it's a called strike one. Binder stands 6'2", 210. Went to Trinity College in Texas. Played there from 2017 to 2019. And then spent both the 2020 and 2021 seasons on Indie League clubs. Played with the San Rafael Pacifics of the Pacific Association. Spent time with the Kane County Cougars, a former affiliated team. And then the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers, the Triple Bs. Way outside, 2-1.
Dallas with a Y, D-A-L-Y-S.
D-A-L-Y-S. That's a new one for me as far as the spelling of Dallas. Dallas Binder. Making his Vibes debut today. The 2-1. That's a strike at the top of the zone. Count goes full.
That was about letter high and a little bit outside according to Binder, but not so, says the home plate umpire.
Now the 2-2 pitch with one out is swung on and missed. Stout goes off speed. Binder offers, and it's the second strikeout for Andrew Stout. 2 away now for the lefty, Paul Carreño. Fourth start for Carreño. Just 2 for 12. Here's a ground ball toward first. Coming in is Wofford. Oh, it goes under the glove, but there is Cash to pick it up and flip on to Stout. Wofford got no piece of that. That's going to be a 4-3 ground out, but not in the way you would think. We head to the top of the third. 1-1 your score. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to the ball game. We have a new catcher into the ball game. That's Jesus Rabago. And The only thing I can think of, Don, is that when Lara went into the screen that he may have hurt his wrist. On deck was Lara in the previous inning, but here is Rabago into the game. That's a shame because Lara had a great game yesterday.
Certainly did.
3 for 4 and 2 RBI. So Rabago comes in to catch in the second. And he will lead off in the third. First pitch to Broussard is low. I misspoke. He came in to catch in the third and will lead off in the third. Brant Broussard, Ben McConnell, Gabe Howell, 9-1 and 2 for the Range Riders here in the top of the third. Ochoa to the plate. That's high. It's been good work for Broussard out of the 9-hole. 5 hits, 5 runs, a .313 batting average. Swings and fouls us at the plate. 2-2. Rabago giving Ochoa the sign. New battery now. Setting up low. It's a ground ball toward Perez. It goes off his knee, stays on the infield. Broussard will reach, and I'd have to imagine that Cantu coming in front of Perez maybe threw it off a little bit. Anyway, it's an E6. It's the second error for the Vibes. So Broussard on at first. He's got 4 steals, so they'll watch him carefully. He gets back on the check from Ochoa.
It's kind of a slow roller on that last batter, and didn't know if Cantu thought he could cut it off and make the play. Mishandled.
Pretty good lead for Broussard. And again, they'll check on him, and again he gets back. Ochoa to the plate. McConnell is hit again. 2 at-bats, 2 hit-by pitches. He's not the kind of guy you want to hit because he's a speedy guy. To second is Broussard. So now speed on the base paths. The kind of speed that would score 2 on a double, and here's Howell. So Ochoa needs a ground ball. McConnell not happy that the bat is being taken out of his hands twice. He's 9 for his first 18. He's batting .500. Ochoa to the plate. Howell takes strike 1. They're not holding on the runners. They're playing behind them. Marquez is playing behind McConnell at first. That would lead me to believe a throw from Rabago would go to third if there was a double steal. This is in the dirt, 1-1.
Howell 9 for his first 16 at-bats in this opening series for the Range Riders.
Picked up an RBI on a ground out in the first. Pitch to Howell, swing and a ground ball foul. 1-2 now on Howell. Well, so far, Ochoa's produced some weak contact. Vibes are desperate for a double play here. They're positioned well. Diaz in center field playing slightly deeper than the rest of the outfield. The 1-2 to Howell. This is popped up on the infield. Will there be an infield fly? Yes, there will be. The catch is by Carreño. It's a pop out to second base. Infield fly was called by the first base umpire, William Berger. It's a big out, number 1.
And again, a fairly weakly hit ball. They haven't really tagged him too awful much early in this game. Ochoa mixing up his pitches pretty well as well.
This is Wofford, who walked in the first inning and was later thrown out by Lara on an attempted steal. They're still playing behind the runners here. The ground ball could get Ochoa out of the inning, and the first pitch is inside. Marquez is way behind the runner at first. I mean, he's almost on the grass against the left-handed hitting Wofford. So he's going to have to make it back to first base on a double play attempt. Swing and a miss by Wofford.
Early in the season to see how these players are scouted. Not sure if Wofford is prone to pull the ball or not. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, is guard against a sharply hit ball down the line.
1-1 the count. 1 out. Runners at first and second here in the top of the third. Here's a pitch from Ochoa. That's inside. McConnell's getting about a 30-foot lead over at first base.
And as you mentioned earlier, speed on the bases. He could easily score on a deeply hit ball into the outfield.
If the Vibes could set it up, they could put a back throw on McConnell after a pitch out if they wanted to. Ochoa steps off. A lot of kids out at the ballpark today. We'd like to see that. A lot of little ones. Good old family entertainment here at UC Health Park. Baseball on a Sunday evening. Ground ball foul near the Vibes dugout. It's 2-2.
When shifting around to favor the right field now. So again, with the left-handing hitting Wofford up. Right field is playing a bit deeper than maybe typical.
Ochoa set. The 2-2 in the dirt. And now it runs full. If I'm trying to get in the mind of manager Nick Hogan, if I'm going to use a little telepathy here, I'm saying he's sending the runners done.
With the 3-2 count, even with 1 out, could be a possibility.
The payoff pitch to Wofford. The runners were not moving on first move, and Ochoa chases back Broussard.
Plus, Ribalgo's got a pretty open look at third base should the steal attempt occur.
That's a good call, whether that came from Cabrera or Ribalgo, though, to have Ochoa spin around. And now Wofford wants time. Ready for the 3-2. And another inside move. They're trying to smell this out. Something along the order of 7 steals last night for Glacier. Another 3-2. Runners do not go. The pitch is popped up down the left field line, out of play. I haven't got my hands on one yet, Don, but we're using new baseballs this year with blue and white laces.
Interesting.
Pioneer League logo, and I believe Jim McCurdy's signature on there. Another 3-2. That is Ball 4, an appeal from Vabago. No, says Kenny Aducci. 2 plate appearances, 2 walks, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. Now here's Dean Miller.
Couldn't quite catch whether he had initiated a swing on that. Might have been trying to step out of the way and it simulated a swing, but failed appeal.
I think a successful check swing by Wofford is how I would call that after watching the delay on YouTube. Bases loaded for Miller. First pitch is fouled back. A 1-1 ball game. And with all these base runners, it's slowed down considerably here in the top of the third. Rabago, Diaz, and Perez are the first 3 in the bottom of the inning. Question is, will it still be tied? Pitch to Miller in the dirt, blocked by Rabago. I could tell it was Jesus Rabago who was catching when Lar was not in there because he wears a bright neon green sleeve on his right arm. Show is set. The 1-1 to Miller is inside. So it goes to 2-1. Still just 1 away here in the top of the third. Bases are loaded. It's Broussard at third, who reached on the error. McConnell at second, who reached on the hit by a pitch. And Wofford at first, who walked. It's a rally of Rocky Mountain's own making. The 2-1, that is high and inside ball 3. And Miller lost the count. It's 3-1. Now here's the 3-1. And that's strike 2.
Nice pitch from Ochoa there. Kind of freezing Miller on that.
And now on payoff pitches, he's gone soft. Let's see if he will do the same here to Miller. That was the fastball. 3-2. 1 out, bases loaded, top of the third. Pitch to Miller is swung on and fouled at the plate. Just got a piece of it. Dean Miller is 0 for 1. Dino, as he's called. It'll be another 3-2. And what happens in the next 2 at-bats in this inning is going to go awful long way for the rest of the ball game. The 3-2 pitch, swung on, grounded toward Cantu. Where's he going to go? He's going to go to first, not in time. I'm inclined to give that a fielder's choice RBI. So Miller reaches. Scoring is Broussard. And we will check the rule book between innings. Now for Trammell. That's called strike on the outside.
Well, with Broussard reaching on the error early on, I tend to score that as an unearned run.
Well, it will be an unearned run due to the fact that he reached on the error. Trammell to center field. Back is Diaz. To the track. To the wall. It's off the wall. 1 run will score. It's just going to be a long single for Miller because everyone had to hold up. And the first hit by anyone on the Range Riders comes here by Trammell in the third. Scoring is McConnell, and it's 3-1. Here's Ryan. Base is still loaded. Ryan, the DH today. Popped out to Carreño in his first at bat. Line drive foul, way in front of that pitch. And that's inside as well. 3-1 now to Glacier. 2 is about as much as you want to stomach in an inning like this. If a ground ball can find an infielder, Ochoa can get out of this. And that's high. A righty warming for the Vibes. This pitch called strike 2. Two and two to Ryan. Ochoa set to the plate. Swung on, popped up again. Behind home plate, Rabago over. He has no play. Nice attempt by Rabago. Went into a slide to stop himself.
And it looks like Jalen Peguero is down in the Vibes bullpen taking some warm-up throws. Looks like a
2 and 2. This is fouled back again into the screen. Ryan wants time after Ochoa has taken an awful long time to peer into Rabago.
Yeah, it's Garrett Alvarez, actually, that is warming up down for the Vibes.
The 2-2 to Ryan. On its way in the dirt. And once again, with the bases loaded, a full count. This pitch fouled back. So he found the zone. Ryan was ready, and he fouls it back. Vibes would love a ground ball, but a strikeout or a pop-up will do just as well for Ochoa right now. Ryan again just stays alive. Reviewing the rules, Miller's ball will be ruled a fielder's choice. Fielder's choice RBI for Miller. 3-2 to Ryan, and it's way outside. That's an RBI for Ryan on the walk. And 3 straight batters have RBI now as Wofford scores. And that's 4 straight members of the Glacier Range Riders to reach base. Here comes Francisco Cabrera. It looks like we will get a pitching change. In from the bullpen comes Alvarez. We'll be back after a short break. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. The day is over for Hasiel Ochoa. Garrett Alvarez into the ball game. 2 1/3 for Ochoa. Only allowed 1 hit, and it came 14 batters into the ball game. He did walk 4. He struck out 1, hit 2 guys. He hit the same guy twice, in fact. It was Ben McConnell. 4 runs so far, 2 earned. This is Ryan Cash against Garrett Alvarez, the oldest member of the Vibes. 30 years old. The first pitch is high. Garrett going to make a start next Thursday against Northern Colorado. Coming here today out of the bullpen. His second appearance. Had an extended appearance out of the bullpen in the resumption of the suspended game. He went 4 innings, allowed 3 runs on 7 hits, walked a batter, and struck out 6. It's 2-0 to Cash. Base is still juiced. There's a strike. At third is Miller. He reached on the fielder's choice. At second is Trammell, who singled. Ryan, who walked at first. All three of these men have brought in 3 runs in this inning. Cash, his first at bat. He walked back in the second. Swung on a ground ball to Perez. This could be 2. Perez to Cranio. On to first. It is not dug out by Marquez. It's past him. No one's covering home. Getting to second is Cash. It's going to be a fielder's choice for Cash. The advancement on the E4. Scoring is Miller. Give Cash 1 RBI. And the back runner, Trammell, scores as well. Ryan is out 6-4. It's now 5-1. It is now 6-1. 5 runs in the inning. At second is Cash. Nearly got that double play. The first pitch to Jared Fry is a strike. Fry batting from the left side here. A switch hitting catcher. Still just 1 hit for Glacier, and they've scored 6 runs. Swing and a miss. 1 hit. It's a pretty incredible statistic. Fry, the 9th man to bat in the inning. 2 away, runner at second here in the top of the third. Inside to Fry. And now they want a word. Is this something having to do with catcher's interference, or if that ball had hit Fry? Fry certainly asked the home plate umpire for some sort of ruling. This is a long discussion. I think Fry is saying it hit his back foot. And the umpire says, I don't have it, and neither do my 2 other umpires. Tommy Caulfield warming in the Vibes bullpen. Alvarez steps off, wants to start over. I want to welcome the 127 folks watching us right now on YouTube. 6-1 Glacier. Alvarez needs 1 more strike to get out of the inning, and he's got it. Oh, I'm sorry he doesn't. My apologies. I was too quick on the draw. Two and two, 2 outs. This is fouled away. If Alvarez throws that same pitch to Fry, I would not recommend taking it. The 2-2 on its way in the dirt, and now it goes full. Alvarez, he's thought he's been out of this inning twice. And again, Not quite there, ball 4. And now the 10th man in the inning to bat be Brant Broussard. First and second, 2 outs. First pitch is fouled back. Broussard started this inning when he reached on an error. First man to score. Still just 1 hit for Glacier. Off the glove of Rabago, both runners will advance. That's going to be a passed ball. So now a huge moment here. Down 5. It's imperative that the Vibes get Broussard. One. It's popped up. Behind first. Marquez giving it a look. This might be in play. In is the right fielder. It's going to drop. It's a single. 2 runs score, and Broussard gets 2 RBI. Binder came in. Marquez went out. Binder went into his slide. Could not come up with the ball. And now Glacier has another 7-run inning. Strike 1. Both of those runs are going to go as earned runs for Alvarez, but unearned runs on the team. Now, the way it works is that since there was an error in the inning and since 2 outs had been recorded, anything after the 2 outs with the error would be unearned for the team. But Alvarez coming out of the bullpen does not get the benefit of the error. That happened while Ochoa was in the ballgame. It's an interesting ruling, something I learned last year from the coaching staff of the Idaho Falls Chuckers. (8-1) Glacier leads. That was their second hit. Ground ball to third. Cantu fields. Throws to first in time, and the inning is finally over. 7 runs for Glacier. We head to the bottom of the third, 8-1. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back to the ball game. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri with you inside our press box here at UC Health Park. The Vibes have only given up 2 hits to the Glacier Range Riders, and usually, Don, I would say it's a pretty good outing. Unfortunately, the Range Riders have scored 8 runs. This is Jesus Rabago. It'll be Rabago, Diaz, and Perez. And like the previous game, the Vibes are going to need to start chipping away at this deficit. First pitch, Rabago off the hands, behind the pitcher. This will fall. Howell charges, won't have a play. It's an infield single. That'll work. In that inning, 7 runs, 2 hits, 2 errors, and 1 man left on base. Ochoa is done. 5 runs, 3 of them earned. Now here's Gio Diaz, who walked to start off the Vibes, bottom of the first. It's nice work by Howell to charge that ball. He really only had 1 play. This is grounded to short, or to second rather. Cash flips to short to get 1. Diaz on to first with no throw. That out goes 4-6. Diaz reaches on the fielder's choice. And here's Brandon Perez.
A little number to Howell, similar to the number over to first base side of the ballpark. Earlier in the game, it hit the grass and virtually spun 90 degrees out of the fielder's play.
Think about where that ball was hit to, Don. Cash, a great job of backing up behind first on that.
Certainly did.
Now Perez, who singled in the first. First pitch, swung and a miss. Vibes need to be aggressive. They've swung at the first pitch in each one of these 3 at-bats. That worked for them in previous ball games. Diaz at the top of the lineup has speed. We'll see if they send him. He's got a good lead at first. Does not go. Perez takes the ball high.
A little bit of a freshening breeze into the broadcast booth. Current temperature 66 degrees.
Cooled off considerably. We got about 86, I think I saw earlier. There goes Diaz. Perez swings and fouls it away. Diaz had that base stolen. Got a great jump off of Stout. And now there's some question here as to what happened. Are we going to get a catcher's interference? I think we're going to get a catcher's interference here on Fry. Yes, we will. It's a catcher's interference. It's an E2. Wow, to second is Diaz. I think I went a whole season last year, Don, without ever seeing a catcher's interference. Here's Dominic Hernandez, 2 on. 1 out. This ball hit into center. Not very deep. Out is Cash. He makes the catch. Cantu 2 on. Vibes don't want to miss this opportunity. Cantu grounded into a double play in his first at bat. Ground ball toward short. Howell on the high backhand. Nice play. He'll go the short way and end the inning. Nice defense from Howell there on the third out. We head to the top of inning number 4, 8-1 Glacier. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Top of the 4th inning, it's 8-1. The Glacier Range Riders lead over the Rocky Mountain Vibes. And for the 4th and the 5th, it's time for Mr. Don Arcuri.
Thank you, Tyler. And again, the Vibes find themselves down big here early in the game. As Tyler mentioned in the last inning, 2 consecutive games with 7-run innings. 2, 3, and 4 hitters up for the Range Riders: Gabe Howell, Brady Wofford, and Dean Miller in that order. And the first pitch is skied deep into center field, and that is out of here for Gabe Howell. Just right of straightaway center field. And the Riders extend their lead. It is now 9-1.
For Howell, it's home run number 3, which ties for the league lead with Marquez. RBI number 15.
And left-handed hitter Brady Wofford to the plate. And the first pitch from Alvarez, swing and a miss. High fastball. Count goes to 0-1. And again, Tyler, that ball got up into the wind as it headed out over the center field fence. Still a pretty good breeze. Next pitch is high from Alvarez to Wofford.
Well, according to our finance director, Donnie Bailey, who's running the TrackMan, that was hit 450 feet. And 100 miles an hour off the bat. So we want to say thank you, Donnie, for that number.
Count is 1-1 to Brady Wofford. And that is fouled back towards the press box. Count goes to 1-2.
Yesterday, Don, I was ready. We had one that was 3 rows in front of our windows here.
Just need to get your net out, snag that from the fan.
Listen, I did bring my glove with me to Colorado Springs.
Quite a few home games to go. You just never know. A 1-2 pitch to Wofford is fouled back to the left side of the stadium. Count remains 1-2. Wofford 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded out to the shortstop and popped up to the second baseman. or correction, it walked in the first inning and walked in the third. No official at-bats. 1-2 pitch again to Wofford is grounded to the right side. Marquez scoops it up and pitches to Alvarez for out number 1, 3-1. That brings up left fielder Dean Miller to the plate with 1 out here in the top of the 4th inning. Miller reached on a fielder's choice and scored back in the 3rd and was grounded out to 3rd in his first at-bat. And the first pitch from Alvarez to Miller is swung on and hit down the line, the first base line into right field. This will be extra bases. Binder comes up with the ball, a relay throw into third base, and he slides in safely. Good hustle from Dean Miller as he toughs out that triple to the right field corner. A good relay from Binder into Perez, or Binder into Carreño, excuse me. And he just beat that throw, but he is in with a sliding triple. And that puts a runner on third with 1 out for the Range Riders. And the next batter is Brandon Trammell, the right fielder, hitting on the number 5 slot. And the Range Riders looking to capitalize and extend their lead. First pitch from Alvarez to Trammell is a swinging strike. Oh and 1 on Brandon Trammell. Next pitch from Alvarez, high and a bit outside. Count goes to 1-1. Range Riders already 1 run home this inning with the leadoff home run to Gabe Howell. Next pitch is grounded sharply up the middle for a base hit. And that will score Dean Miller from third. Trammell has an RBI single here in the top of the 4th, and the Range Riders extend their lead. It is now 10-1.
A couple Sunday matinees around the league. Northern Colorado was up 3 runs in the 9th on the Billings Mustangs. And the Mustangs scored 6. That's the second time the Owls have blown a game in the 9th. They are 0-5.
And Tyler Ryan now stepping up to the plate. Ryan popped up to the second baseman in the 2nd inning and walked in the 3rd inning. This is grounded up the middle. Could be 2. And it is a 6-4-3 double play as Marquez scoops that ball up out of the dirt to end the inning. So the leadoff home run by Howell and the triple by Dean Miller, or the triple by Trammell scoring Dean Miller. 2 runs here in the top of the 4th inning. It is now 11-1 for the Range Riders heading into the bottom of the 4th. You're listening and watching YouTube and Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball. Welcome back here to UC Health Park, where the Vibes find themselves down 10-1 against the Glacier Range Riders as they enter the bottom of the fourth inning. Miguel Tejada Jr. leading off, and new pitcher Andrew Try on the mound for the Riders. And we'll get you his information here in just a moment. First pitch to Tejada is up and in for ball number one. Try working quickly. This is put into play. Sharp ground ball over to third base to Broussard, who makes the throw over to Wolford for out number one. Nice play there by Broussard.
Second game for Try. He pitched in the second game of the season. 3 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, one which was earned. He walked 1, he struck out 4.
So quick at bat for Tejada. And Caleb Marquez steps up to the plate, and he promptly puts that one into play. Another play by Broussard. And quickly 2 down on 3 pitches for the Vibes here in the bottom of the fourth.
Elsewhere around the league, it was supposed to be Grand Junction at Ogden, but that game was rained out. I have a message here from Ogden. Today's game is rained out. Will be made up as a doubleheader on Memorial Day. Ciao, baby.
Next to the bat, newcomer Dallas Bender, the right fielder. He swings on the first pitch, lines it sharply into center field. It is over the head of McConnell, who retrieves it back at the wall. And Bender, with his first minor league hit for the Vibes, stands on second with a 2-out double. That ball carried a little bit farther, I think, than McConnell had planned. And a nice hit. Again, with 2 outs here for the Vibes in the bottom of the fourth. Opportunity here to start chipping away as Paul Carreño in the number 8 slot steps to the plate.
Always nice to get your first hit with your new club on your first start.
And the first pitch from Try is outside, ball 1.
I think that hit from Bender, is one where it's just, hey, go up there and take a hack, kid. Give it a good swing.
And he had a good at-bat. He did strike out his first at-bat, but took some good cuts. Next pitch from Try is a bit high. Count is 2-0 on Paul Carreño.
That double, 103 miles an hour off the bat.
Two-0 pitch coming from Andrew Try. And then a swung on and lined to the shortstop, Gabe Howell, for out number 3. So a nice hit from Dallas Binder, but all for naught as the Vibes are held scoreless in the bottom of the fourth. We are through 4 complete. You are watching Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. And we are back here at UC Health Park for Rocky Mountain Baseball here on YouTube. Don Arcuri and the voice of the Vibes, Tyler Peterson, here with you tonight on this cool, crisp evening here in Colorado Springs. The current temperature 66 degrees, down from our game start temperature of 74 degrees. New pitcher for the Vibes coming in here in the top of the fifth inning. It's Johnny Morrell.
And when you say new pitcher, you mean new pitcher.
He is a new pitcher. He actually, I think, pitched for the Vibes last year. He was on the roster for part of the year, if I recall, either in 2019 or 20.
I think he was property of the Vibes last year. I don't think he actually pitched for the Vibes last year. I have it. He pitched for the Houston Apollos one game in 21 and was on 2 Indie League teams in 2019. He was in spring training with these Range Riders and was cut off the roster, and the Vibes picked him up. But I do remember Johnny Morrell, I think, at least being listed with either the Acereros or the Vibes last year.
So the bottom of the order for the Range Riders, and that is Ryan Cash, who lines softly to second baseman Paul Carreño, and a quick first out.
Paul's got to find a hat that fits.
Jared Fry and Brant Broussard to round out the scheduled hitters for this top of the fifth inning. Broussard popped up to the catcher in the second inning and walked in the third and scored. And the first pitch to him is high and inside from Morrell. 1-0.
Morrell was drafted by the LA Angels in the 31st round of the 2016 MLB draft out of Basha High School, which is near Phoenix.
Next pitch on the way from Morrell, and that is on the outside corner. Called strike one.
He was in the Angels system for 3 years, actually pitched in the Pioneer League for the Orem Owls, pitched against, the Vibes weren't around then, but then the Helena Brewers.
Next pitch is off speed and inside to Jared Fry.
So he's pitched against the Vibes ancestor, but not the Vibes themselves.
And the 2-1 pitch, on the way from Morrell. And that is high. Count goes to 3-1 on the Range Rider catcher.
24 years old from Riverside, California. 6'2", 200. Wears number 41.
Morrell working from the stretch. And the 3-1 pitch. And that is just high. And Fry draws a walk with one out here in the top of the fifth inning. Brings up the number 9 hitter, Brant Broussard. He reached on an error back in the third and scored, and also has a single to his credit tonight. And the first pitch to the batter, who is not the announced batter. That was Michael Nell pinch hitting for Broussard. And he takes the first pitch and promptly singles up the middle for a one-out base hit. My apologies on that. Sometimes they get those pinch hitters in pretty quickly.
Nick Hogan's used his whole roster. We've seen basically the whole bench each game. We've seen the whole pitching staff now twice.
So now men on first and second with just one out. And back to the top of the order with center fielder Ben McConnell. And the first pitch from Morrell is on the inside corner. Nice fastball from Morrell for a called strike one. McConnell has the benefit, if you want to call it that, of being hit by a pitch twice and scoring twice on those hit by pitch balls. It's also grounded out to the third baseman. The 0-1 pitch from Morel is high and outside. Ball one.
2 other games today in the Pioneer League, one which is going on right now. It looks like Great Falls will take their first loss of the season. They trail the Paddleheads 8-1 in the top of the 7th. Chuckers and Hawks will play tonight at 7 p.m.
Next pitch is a nice breaking ball, caught the outside corner. Framed well by Rabago. And the count is 1-2. On Ben McConnell. Runners stand at first and second. Next pitch is about the same velocity, but off the plate to McConnell. Goes even at 2-2. And Morel with the sign goes into the stretch. Runners not being held. And the pitch is swung on and fouled back just below us here. Enthusiastic crowd on hand despite the 10-1 deficit for the Vibes.
Folks are having a great time,
They are.
John.
It's a good crowd tonight with our Salute Sunday promotion here at the park. Any day's a good day to get out and watch minor league baseball, but especially today as we celebrate this Memorial Day weekend. A 2-2 pitch from Morel is grounded up the middle for a base hit, and that will score. Jared Fry from second base. So McConnell, a nice hit up the middle for an RBI single. Michael Nell advances to second. And that brings to the plate Gabe Howell, who homered his last time up. Righty on righty matchup. And the first pitch from Morel to Howell is high and inside. Off speed pitch. Ball one. Howell also grounded out to the shortstop and popped up to the second baseman. 1 for 3 tonight. Morel with a stretch, and that hits Gabe Howell. This is the third hit by pitch for the Vibes tonight. Howell takes first base, and now the bases are loaded with just 1 out here in the top of the 5th. Brady Wofford now the first baseman to the plate. Walked twice and grounded out to first base on a 3-1 ground out back in the 4th inning, excuse me. He stands in against Morel. The base is loaded and just 1 out. Riders already enjoying an 11-1 lead. First pitch from Morel is a fastball on the inside half of the plate. Strike 1. Next pitch is outside, and a nice stop by Rabago to keep that from getting to the backstop.
I have no idea how Jesus caught that.
It was a good stop.
He might not know either.
So 1-1 count to Wofford. Here's the next pitch from Morel, and that is in play. Pop to short left field. Hernandez charging. Is actually Diaz charging. He did not come up with the catch. 1 run will score. And a second run now will come in as McConnell scores on an airman throw from third baseman Cantu. So we'll score that as a single, we believe, by Wofford. Michael Nell scored on the single. Was it a catch? It was a catch, okay. So we'll score that as Wofford flying out to the center fielder for the second out of the inning. And now a conference for the umpires. See if we can sort all this out. Looks like the catch was made by Diaz, a great catch, charging 3/4 of the way in from the outfield. And it looks like Nell scores from third on the fly ball. So Wofford will get credited with an RBI. McConnell advanced to third on a throwing error from Ulysses Cantu.
And now we're going to have an argument here with both Nick Hogan and Stu Peterson. They're going to call Tyler Ryan out at second base, and we're going to need some explanation as to what's going on.
So Wofford stands at second.
That's Ryan out there at wait a minute. That can't be Ryan. That's Howell. That's Howell at second.
Howell at second, hit by the pitch. Wofford was called out on the F8.
Are they going to – they might actually – what Francisco Cabrera might ask for is an appeal of first. Is that what is going on here? It's not too often we're completely in the dark, but we're completely in the dark. I can tell you it's a sac fly RBI for Wofford, an E5 on Cantu on the throw. 2-run score on the play. And it's 13-1. That's what I can tell you.
So the next batter, Dean Miller, and he takes the first pitch for his called strike.
I don't know what. At one point, one of the umpires signaled out and pointed at the second baseman, or second man on second base, Howell. And at that point, Stu Peterson, Nick Hogan, and Gabe Howell all went, what?
Next pitch for Morrell is a swing and a miss for Miller, and the count is 0-2.
The interesting part about that is that they talked them out of it.
That's what it appears. We didn't really get a ruling. A lot of dialogue back and forth between the coaches and the umpires, and no clear signal from any of those folks. The 0-2 is put in play to third. Cantu comes up with it and makes the play at first for out number 3. Strange inning, but the Riders come up with 3 more runs here in the top of the 5th inning. It is now 13-1 Glacier. You're watching Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Bottom half of the fifth inning as we return to UC Health Park with the Vibes suddenly finding themselves down 13-1. Rabago, Diaz, and Perez, the scheduled hitters here for the Vibes in the bottom of the fifth. Rabago swings at the first pitch and a soft liner into center field for a base hit.
How about Rabago? He didn't start this game, but he's got 2 hits in 4 innings.
And that brings up the top of the order. Gio Diaz reached on a walk and a fielder's choice tonight. Scored in the first, the lone Vibes run. And Diaz steps out of the bag, or out of the box, excuse me, as Tri was starting his windup. And we're back to play. Short lead from Rabago at first base. And the first pitch is a nice off-speed pitch. Catches the inside corner. Ball one, or strike one, excuse me. 13 runs on just 7 hits for the Range Riders. They do have 1 error in their line score. Next pitch is low and outside, and Diaz kind of gave that away, but it is now 0-2 on the Vibes center fielder. 1 run, 5 hits for the Vibes, but 4 errors tonight. Their second game in a row with 4 errors. Next pitch from Tri is a breaking ball high and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Oh, it was actually strike 3. My bad. Didn't look like maybe he did do a half swing.
It's a late call.
Late call. So 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning. Brandon Perez next at bat. And the first pitch to him, a fastball, is down and away. Ball 1.
That was in the good enough to call zone.
Next pitch to Brandon Perez is outside. 2-0. Yeah, I was making my scoring entry there and happened to look up, and the batter was walking away from the plate. 2-0 pitch coming up to Brandon Perez from Tri. And that is sharply hit up to the center fielder for a nice base hit for Perez. His second hit of the evening. And the Vibes now have first and second with 1 man out. Next at bat, Dominique Hernandez. He singled in the first and popped out to the second baseman in the third. 1 for 2 tonight. Nice breaking ball from Tri. Catches Hernandez flat-footed. And that is strike 1. As Tyler mentioned early on in the season, plenty of runs here throughout the Pioneer League. 13 runs for the Range Riders, and we're just into the 5th inning. That ball is fouled just off the third base line. We were waiting to see if it was going to stay fair or not.
A full Sunday of baseball around Major League Baseball today. Giants beat the Reds 6-4 in Cincinnati. Red Sox 12-2 over the Orioles. There's an issue here with Brandon Perez. And Emily Weaver, the team trainer, is going to come check on him. He's at first base. Something maybe in his lower back. It's a thin bench right now. We already lost Julian Lara, and now Perez is in some discomfort. They need him to stay in there, and he will. Eder Rosales is the only man left, and he's a catcher.
So the count 0-2 to Hernandez as he awaits the next pitch from Andrew Try. And a swing and a miss for strike 3.
Game of local interest. Rockies and Nationals, 6-5. The Nationals won over the Rockies this morning. Braves, 6-3 over the Marlins as well. That was in Atlanta.
So the number 4 hitter up for the Vibes, Ulysses Cantu, 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded into a double play in the first and hit into a fielder's choice back in the third. First pitch to Cantu is a nice breaking ball from Try on the outside corner. 1 strike on Ulysses Cantu.
Over in the American League, Tigers 2-1 over the Guardians. Rays 4-2 over the Yankees. Twins 7-3 over the Royals.
And the next pitch from Try is way inside. If that didn't hit him, it looked pretty close. But counted just a ball on the scoreboard nonetheless.
It must have gone through him because I don't know how that didn't hit him.
It was at the belt, and that's about the furthest body part from the home plate. So the count evens at 1-1 to Ulysses Cantu. The Vibes find themselves down 13-1 here in the bottom of the 5th. Next pitch from Try. A fastball grounded hard up the middle. That could likely score a run. It is bobbled in center field. Throw goes into third, and that gets by the third baseman. So 1 run in, and a second run in. So Cantu single up the middle. Advances to second on a throwing error, or actually mishandled error. At third base, we'll get all that sorted out for you. And Cantu is now on second base. 2 runs in for the Vibes. And it is now 13 to, I don't know if they've counted the second run. There they go on the scoreboard. 13-3 now with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch to Miguel Tejada is taken for a ball.
So that's going to be a single RBI, 2 errors on the center fielder. 1 on the bobble, 1 on the throw.
And the next pitch to Tejada is low and outside. And now 2 balls and no strikes to Miguel Tejada as he bats here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2 runs in for the Vibes this half inning. Swing and a miss on the next pitch. Ball was down and inside, but over the plate. Count goes to 2-1. Try waits the sign from the catcher and goes into his stretch. And the 2-1 offering is a fastball on the outside corner taken by Tejada for strike 2. Two down here in the bottom of the 5th inning. 2-2 pitch. And that is swung on and missed. Dropped by the catcher and throw on to first base for out number 3. So a couple of runs in for the Vibes. They cut into the lead just a little bit. We are through 5 complete. It is the Range Riders 13, the Vibes 3. You're watching Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. And welcome back to UC Health Park as the Range Riders from Glacier in Montana enjoying a 13-3 lead over the Rocky Mountain Vibes here at UC Health Park on a cool, crisp evening here in Colorado Springs. Temperatures in the low to mid 60s as we head into the top of the 6th inning. Scheduled to bat this inning is Trammell, Ryan, and Cash, the 5, 6, 7 hitters. Brandon Trammell struck out in the 2nd inning, singled in the 3rd inning twice. And with the call of the 6th inning, it is our voice of the Vibes. It's Tyler Peterson.
Thank you, Don. Boy, what a great dance-off between those kids between innings. They always find kids with some smooth moves. This is still Johnny Morrell. (13-3). Vibes with 2 runs. We've seen some strange half innings in this game. We've had a catcher's interference, 2 errors to McConnell in that inning on the same play. This is popped up over toward 3rd, behind 3rd, into the 4th row of the stands. Brandon Perez still in there at shortstop. He's working through something right now. If needed, this is fouled off the leg of Trammell. Dallas Binder is a infielder. He could come in for Perez if needed. Tejada's the DH. If they had to bring someone in, they could bring in Tejada from the DH spot. I don't know if Eder Rosales has played anywhere else besides catcher. That's harder to navigate when you go from behind the plate into the field. Swing and a foul back to the screen. Trammell today is 2 for 3, 2 RBI singles in this ball game. A lot more cloud cover now, just past 7:10 Mountain Daylight Time. Boy, he got about 1 centimeter of that ball that time did Trammell. But he stays alive once again. Lights are on, nearly have taken full effect.
That's 4 straight foul balls from Trammell on this at bat.
Morel set to the plate. And that swung on and missed. No tag from Robago. Throw to first. That's a strikeout. 2-3 to complete it. And there's 1 away. For Johnny Morel, it's his first Vibes strikeout. In that last inning, he allowed 3 runs, 2 which were earned. Here's Tyler Ryan. Another righty warming in the Vibes bullpen. To the plate, and Ryan takes low. Tyler Ryan today, a pop out, an RBI walk in the 3rd inning. That was the big inning for Glacier, 7 runs in the 3rd. And he grounded into a double play in the 4th. This is outside. It's ball 2.
So Tyler, it's Aldo Villagomez warming up for the Vibes.
We've seen Villagomez in 1 game this season so far. This will be his 2nd appearance as Ryan fouls this back. It's only now 2-1. I'd like to invite everyone to join us tomorrow, 4:30, Memorial Day at the ballpark. You have a couple options on Memorial Day, I feel like, Don. You get the family out for a barbecue, or you go to a baseball game.
Or you can have an early lunch and then come out and see a ball game afterwards.
It's not a bad idea either. That's strike 2. Ryan can't believe his luck at the plate.
I think the barbecue tastes just as good at noon as it does at 5 o'clock. Or you can come out here and enjoy some great food here at the ballpark as well. Lots of options.
The 2-2. Fouled back over the press box, over the suites. Wonder if that one's going to roll back off the roof. Still 2-2. Normally on Memorial Day, we usually get the family together, grill some hot dogs, hamburgers, and turn on a Giants game or A's game, whatever might be on. I would say maybe take a boat out to the lake, but I honestly don't know what's around here in Colorado. This is popped up behind first. This might work for Ryan. This is going to be caught by Marquez.
What a play. Eerily similar to a couple innings ago, was a similar flare out to right field, and it dropped between 3 Vibes defenders, but a great play there from Marquez, an over-the-shoulder catch.
Oh, we'll need a replay of that. Kevin's on it back in our studios. Kevin Millard, our technical director. I write P3 in my scorebook, but I'm going to put a little star next to it so we can remember that one. 2 outs. We've seen some great defensive plays today. Gio in center field on that dive, and now Caleb Marquez at first. There's a strike right down the heart to Ryan Cash. Wind picking up again here at UC Health Park. These aren't the most beautiful clouds I've ever seen. In fact, they're quite dark. Line drive to right field. That's a base hit. Cash is on with his first hit, the 3rd time he's been on base. As long as those clouds stay over there.
Well, we get further into the summer with the afternoon thunderstorms. They tend to sideswipe us just a little bit as they're moving from south to north. We get a pretty good vantage point here from the broadcast booth. on some of those incoming storms. So
I know
look at
you're.
the draw.
Sorry, Don.
That's
Let me
all right.
step on you. I know you're no meteorologist, but is it because of the mountains and the air pressure? What forces are at work here?
Forces are in play closer to the foothills, and we're a little bit removed from that as the crow flies. A lot of our energy during the summer thunderstorms comes from the Pueblo area and up north.
This is Jared Fry. Hits this behind third, over his Cantu. Does he have a play on the track? He makes the catch. The inning's over. Clean inning for Johnny Morrell. No runs, a hit, no errors. One man left on base. We head to the bottom of the sixth. 13-3 Range Riders. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. It's the bottom of the sixth inning. Andrew Try still on the mound. For the Vibes, it's Marquez, Binder, and Carreño. 13-3, Glacier leads. Tyler Peterson, Don Arcuri. You back at home watching this on YouTube, and the first pitch to Marquez is a strike. These winds are swirling now. Marquez can get one up in the air. He might have a good shot at getting it out. I mean, if you look at the flags in left center field, it looks like the flags are pulling the poles away.
They are. Winds out of the northwest here, northwest to southeast.
2-1 on Marquez.
Similar to what we had, I think, back around the second inning or so. The winds were shifting.
3-1 on Marquez.
Marquez standing at the plate. And those balls are coming eerily close, and he's standing right in there.
Line drive, base hit, left field. Marquez trotting to first, and now it gets away from the left fielder. Miller booted it, and that's going to get Marquez over to second. Single E7. Marquez was in a trot similar to a home run trot. He was perfectly fine with just getting one on that play. Then the ball slipped under Miller's glove. Man, it's second. It's the fourth error for the Range Riders.
In the last couple of games marred by errors by both teams.
Now, Binder. First pitch hits Binder. He'll take his base. It's the first hit by pitch for a Vibe today. Although I'm still not sure how Ulysses Cantu avoided being hit in the 5th. 2 men on to start this inning. Here's Paul Carreño. Now Carreño needs a base hit because he lined a ball that Howell leapt up and caught on the fly. We were getting pieces of paper blown around. We had a trash bag blown
Sure
onto the
are.
field. This is some mighty wind right now. This gets away from Fry, but he's there, and both runners get back. Boy, a ball up in the air right now would give a defense a lot of trouble.
I know growing up and playing Little League, you always ran as hard as you could, and you kept your eye on your base coaches. And he could have easily ended up on second if he'd been running full stop.
Ground ball, foul, past first base coach for the Vibes.
And with the bobble in left field, could have been entirely possible that he could have had a third base on an error.
I think that's Joshua Esparza as the first base coach on the DL, but still involved. Pitch to Carreño, that's right there for strike 2. 2 men on, nobody out here in the bottom of inning number 6. 2 positive half innings back-to-back for the Vibes. They scored 2 in the bottom of the 5th. They allowed no runs in the top of the 6th. Now here in the bottom of the 6th. 1-2 to Carreño. He swings and misses. He can't go anywhere. That's strike 3. He almost ran Dallas Binder straight into an out by running down first base. 3rd strikeout for Try, and there's 1 away. Here's Jesus Rabago. 2 hits for Rabago. He came in for Lara after he was hurt in the 2nd inning, making a great catch. First pitch, high. We apologize for the center field camera having a little trouble handling this wind. There's a lot of it here. Rabago, ground ball to Howell, takes it on the second hop, goes to second for 1, on to first, not in time. No in time. That's Jordan at second base, by the way, who's in the game for cash, and the inning is over. We head to the top of the 7th. It's 13-3. You're watching Rocky Mountain Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Michael Nell leading things off for Glacier here in the top of the 7th. Johnny Morrell out for his 3rd inning of work. 13-3, the Vibes lead. Excuse me, Vibes trail. Glacier leading 13-3. You can see it on the stream. Nell's 2nd at bat, he pinch hit for Broussard in the 5th. And he takes down low. Shaky first inning for Johnny Morrell. Had a nice second, though. Ground ball towards short. High backhand for Perez. Throw in the dirt. Gets away from Marquez. That's going to be a single. Nell would have beaten that out. He did beat it out, but had Marquez caught it, I think he still would have been safe. And it's tough when you take a high backhand in the hole like that to expect the shortstop to get it all the way over there. This is McConnell. This is the 3rd at bat for McConnell. He's hit by a pitch twice, singled. He's scored 3 runs. First pitch is outside, and from Morrell, again, just sort of a weak ground ball in the infield. Hasn't allowed a ton of hard contact, but just the wrong spot as far as he's considered. Outside. 2-0 to McConnell. Some more scores around Major League Baseball. The White Sox won the Battle of Chicago 5-4 over the Cubs. Vibes' former parent club, the Brewers, won 8-0 over the Cardinals. The A's finally get a win over the Rangers, 6-5. And in a slugfest in Anaheim, the Blue Jays won 11-10 over the Angels. The club that once drafted Johnny Morrell on the mound. That's high, it's ball 4, a 4-pitch walk. Nell's going to go down to 2nd. 3 other finals. The Astros beat the Mariners 2-1. Dodgers 3-1 over the D-backs. Padres 4-2 over the Pirates. And one game still in play. That's got to be ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball. It's the Mets 3, Phillies 1, top of the 5th from Citi Field. That 4-pitch walk gets a visit from the pitching coach, Hylan Peguero, as he told me his name was properly pronounced. There's an extra I in there that was not accounted for on the roster received from Monclova.
And a couple scores, Tyler, from the Pioneer League tonight. Billings Mustangs, a 10-7 winner over Northern Colorado. As you had mentioned earlier, Northern Colorado had the lead and gave up a big inning to Billings during that game. And the Missoula Paddleheads, 9-1 victors over the Great Falls Voyagers tonight.
One other game of significance for the Vibes will be tonight. They'll be cheering for the Chuckers to beat the Southern Division Boise Hawks, the Southern Division champions who represented South in the final last year. Here's Gabe Howell. Howell 1 for 3. He has 2 RBI in this game, and he takes a big hack, and he comes up empty. It's 0-1. A 6-3 ground out in the first. A pop-up to the second baseman, Carreño. Then a solo home run to center field. Was hit by a pitch in his last plate appearance. First and second, nobody out here in the top of the 7th inning. Line drive into center field. That's a base hit. They're going to hold the runner at third out of good sportsmanship. And the bases are loaded. And that's what it was from the third base coach, Stu Peterson. The runner, Nell, would have scored it It wasn't not to test Gio Diaz's arm. And that's going to be it for Morel. Here comes Francisco Cabrera. He wants a pitching change, and if he wants one, then he's going to get one. Morel will leave. We'll get the new pitcher in. We'll take a break here on YouTube. Thank you for watching Vibes Baseball. New pitcher on for the Vibes is the youngest member of the squad, the mini Mallow, Aldo Villagomez, still just 18 years old. He'll face Wofford with the bases loaded, nobody out. Speaking of mini Mallows, you can join the Mini Mallow Kids Club here at the Rocky Mountain Vibes if you are young enough. Sorry, folks, older folks, not eligible for the Mini Mallow Kids Club. Second game for Villagomez. And the first pitch to Wofford is a breaking ball for strike one. Wofford a walk, a ground out, and a sac fly. Looking for his first hit of the day. Bases loaded, nobody out. Swing and a foul at the plate. And it's 0-2.
Villagomez pitched back on May 23rd, opening day for the Vibes. Kind of a rough outing, 2/3 of an inning. Gave up 6 runs, all earned. 3 hits, 3 walks.
He comes set on 0-2. The kick and the fire, and that's fouled away into the stands. Two hours and 30 minutes into our ball game today. We started right at 5:05. I know that makes Kay Goodell, one of our press box managers, very happy that we started right on time. Another 0-2. This is popped up. Where is it? Who sees it? Carreño sees it. Perez sees it. Infield fly is called. Wofford is out. Everyone goes back to the bag. P6. Nice work by Villagomez. Pop outs as good as a strikeout. And now one pitch can get out of the inning. This is Dean Miller. A ground out, a fielder's choice, a triple, and another ground out. He is 1 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs.
Tough spot for a relief pitcher to come in with bases loaded and nobody out, but a nice out there from Villagomez.
Pretty much the toughest spot you can come into a game. Of course, there are tougher situations you can come into as far as score or time of game, but bases loaded, no out. Go get him, kid. Villagomez won't turn 19 until the 15th of September from Nuevo Laredo, Mexico, which is just across the border from Laredo in Texas. Hit to center. Back is Diaz. Looking up. Goodbye. Miller, a grand slam, and Don, I'm going to say it, wind helped him there.
Then it did, and since about the end of the 5th inning or so, it's been a pretty steady, stiff wind out to the right center field, and it's swirling now between right center and left center, but boy, he really hit that far.
It didn't have the sound, it didn't really have the look, but none of that matters in the game of baseball. Almost straightaway center field, just to the right of the batter's eye. .425 feet, 98 miles an hour off the bat, and a whopping 40-degree launch angle. For Miller, it's his first home run of the year. This is down low. All those runs will go to, all but the Miller run, I should say. All the runs that were inherited will go back to Morel. That's going to be 6 runs, 5 earned for Johnny Morel.
Check swing on the inside corner. Called strike.
Now from the windup. 1-2's inside. I know there is some excitement in the Colorado area about what the Colorado Avalanche did in St. Louis. They're on their way to the Western Conference Final, I understand. I don't know when that game is, but I know for certain that at least one of our staff members, who is a Colorado Avalanche season ticket holder, was telling me how he was going to be very pumped up to go to that game.
They faced a couple of stiff tests during this playoff season, and it's nice to see him succeed.
Outside for ball 4. Trammell walks. Game 7 of the NBA Eastern Conference Finals going on as we speak. And in the second quarter, the Celtics lead the Heat 47-34. The winner of that game will go on to play the Golden State Warriors in San Francisco, Game 1, June the 2nd. It's sort of a strange existence for me as a lifelong Bay Area sports fan. Oh, as Ryan was hit, and he is not happy. Whoa.
Don't think anything malicious from Villagomez, but that was a scary situation. Hit him square in the helmet. The helmet went flying off towards the third base dugout. It was a fastball.
It got him. I'm trying to see the replay. It certainly got him in the helmet, maybe just on the back of the neck and the helmet. The helmet came off when he twisted around. It's going to be the 4th hit by pitch of the game for the Vibes. Trammell to second. And we are getting an extended check of Tyler Ryan. like maybe, did it hit him in the ear?
Hard to say. It was just the, I guess, the way it hit his helmet. Again, the helmet left his head. And he is walking towards first base.
Listen, Villagomez didn't mean it, but I'd be mad too if I was hitting the head with a pitch.
And it's not like the Vibes are trying to take out any frustration on any particular batter or player. Maybe just a bit of pitch that got away from him.
This is now Jordan, his first at bat. Takes a strike. Want to say hello to Leonard Berry, the former voice of the Hawks, who's tuning in right now. Another righty warming for the Vibes down in that bullpen, down the right field line. Strike on the outside, 0-2. Jordan came in defensively in the bottom of the 6th for Ryan Cash. This is his first at bat, though. Two men on, one man out. The pitch to Jordan is down inside. To continue my thought before that incident, it's sort of strange for me as a Bay Area sports fan growing up with the Sharks always in the playoffs and the Warriors being a very bad team, to where now the Warriors not only go to the playoffs every year, but practically win a championship every year, and now the Sharks don't go to the playoffs at all. Hit to right, down the line, fair. This will be at least one. Jordan's going to have extra bases. They'll hold Ryan at third. Jordan in with a double. It's the 18th run for Glacier. And now the 9th man will come to the plate. It'll be Jared Fry scoring as Trammell. Kevin Jordan comes off the bench into a ball game, doubles down the right field line, and gets an RBI. Fry, the switch hitter, bats from the left side of the plate here against the righty Villagomez. Second and third, one out. First pitch, strike of the letters. Vibes took one of the first three of the series. Glacier jumping out to this huge lead. Looks like they'll take the second series by winning these first two games. Make sure you join us tomorrow, the Monday 4:30 Memorial Day game. We will have extended ceremonies before first pitch. I know there's going to be some dedication to service members whom we've lost. Line drive on one hop to Perez. They're not going to send the runner home. The throw is in the dirt. Scoop by Marquez. A nice play to get the out, 6-3. Of course, this is our first of our Salute Sundays as well, with our Salute Sunday jerseys. This is Michael Nell, who started this whole thing off with a single at the top of the inning. We've got dual action in the bullpen. The DH, Miguel Tejada, is getting warmed up. First pitch to Nell, off the glove of Rabago. And everyone's going to just sort of act casually and go nowhere. I don't know if Miguel Tejada has ever pitched in a professional game. We might see that, though. Tejada on one side. Someone else on the right. I can't quite get who that is. This pitch away from Rabago, and again, everyone's just going to sort of just give it an innocuous look. No advancement. 2-0.
Did have some situations last season where games clearly out of hand and not to get the pitchers too many innings, so some position players have stepped in.
That might be Eder Rosales. Well, there might be some levity in the final innings of this ball game. Of course, is a ground ball foul. Not that it would matter too much, but if Tejada comes in, the DH would go away. There would be no change in the lineup sheet because Tejada is the DH. Second and third, 2 outs. 5 runs in for Glacier in the 7th. Way outside, 3-1. The 3-1 to Nell inside. Here's the thing about these kinds of situations, too, is a guy like Michael Nell or a guy like Ben McConnell, these are guys who are trying to get noticed by MLB clubs, like anyone else on the Vibes. We are going to get a pitching change. In situations like this, you know, there's the mutual sportsmanship of holding guys up on wild pitches, that sorts of thing. But McConnell, he's still trying to hit a 3-run home run. He's still going for the stats. He wants to get signed by someone.
Right. It's kind of hard to play halfway. You can't tell somebody to deliberately back off on a play, and oftentimes, even in the field, players can get injured and things like that. So everybody plays hard, and yes, the sportsmanship, as you mentioned, is a factor. So
we're going to take a quick break. We'll get you the new pitcher. You're watching Vibes Baseball here on YouTube. Cristian Samorano, the new pitcher, out of the bullpen. I was saying Christian, and he said, "Hey Tyler, can we say Christian?" I go, "Okay, yeah. I'm not. If I'm saying your name wrong, I'm saying your name wrong." Samorano coming in to pitch to face Ben McConnell. Well, Samorano needs to come set here because the pitch clock was expiring and he and Rabago were not on the same page.
Samorano's first appearance back on opening day, 1 2/3 innings. Only gave up 1 run, a couple of hits. Good young pitcher on the Vibe staff.
From Tucson, Arizona, this is his pro debut season, 24 years old, pitched for the Benedictine University in Mesa. That's an NAIA school. That was back in 2019. Pro debuted stateside, anyway. Bases loaded, 2 outs, top of the 7th. Way outside for ball 1. I hope Samorano can get this last batter and go right through the 8th and 9th as well. That's what I hope. But in the back of the mind, I am sort of looking forward to see Miguel Tejada pitch on the mound. I think that would be sort of exciting. This is outside as well, 2-0. The 2-0 outside as well, and these are not close enough that home plate umpire Doug Hodges can even sort of even remotely think about right now. Samorano needs the strike zone, and it's ball 4. Give McConnell an RBI. In to score is Ryan. To third is Jordan. To second is Nell. I want to say hello to the 134 folks still watching this ball game. Glad you could be along on our Salute Sunday. Hey, how about the first pitch that we had from the blind veteran? He was out there with his dog, and he threw it to home on a fly. I thought that was
He did, and it was
incredible.
over the plate and let her high. So, fantastic.
I remember a first pitch, Don. It was, I believe, Game 2 of the World Series, Tigers and Giants in San Francisco. Down low to Gabe Howell, 2-0. They brought a service member out. He couldn't have been maybe more than 24 years old, who had lost both a leg and an arm while on duty. And he was a former baseball player. And he got up there, and he fired in a strike to home plate. I mean, just fastball right down the heart. It was a huge cheer. They started the national anthem, and then you just start to tear up after that.
Yeah, of course, this particular weekend means a lot of things to a lot of different people, and obviously lots of stories about sacrifice and all the years of the military. Those of us who have served, it's a very special weekend.
And we hope to tell some of those stories tomorrow. There certainly are stories that need to be told, need to be heard. Way outside again. That's a walk. And we're going to move everybody up one more base. So Jordan in to score. Nell to third. McConnell to second. Howell on the walk goes to first. Another RBI for Howell. He's up to 16 now. So Highland Peguero wants a word with Christian Samorano. 2 outs. They just need one more to get out of this inning. It's another 7 spot for Glacier. There's also been a lot of very, very bad first pitches in baseball history. I could name a few off the top of my head, I believe. Was it 50 Cent? Excuse me, 50 Cent. I believe his was wide left. Was it
Wide left.
Was it Jessica Alba in Tampa Bay? I'm trying to remember now. It escapes me a little bit. There have been some bad ones. It might have been Ogden that had a dinosaur throughout the first pitch. One of those robotic things they bring for shows around the country. Strike to Wofford. Apparently in Missoula this year, they were going for the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest first pitch. I didn't exactly know what the context was, whether they had a big inflatable ball, whether they had a group of people. Here's a foul ball into the stands, and let's say a big kid goes after it. Oh, and he's got his son, so that's being a good dad. Oh, and 2 to Wofford. I think another memorable first pitch, if I can think of one, was the restart of baseball after 9/11. Was it Mets-Yankees? Or it was definitely a Mets game, I want to say. The president at the time, Bush, came out, threw a strike right in there. Speaking of a strike right in there, there's 1 to Wofford. The inning is over. 7 runs for the Range Riders. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Time for a needed stretch. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Bottom of the 7th, new pitcher for the Range Riders. It's Luke Lorita for 21. They'll go the final 1, 2, or 3 innings. Let's see what Nick Hogan has in store. First pitch to Gio Diaz is down low. Andrew Try goes 3 innings. Allowed 2 runs. 1 unearned, though. And this ground ball goes to Nell. He backs up. Double pump, throw on to first in time. 5-3 ground outs. 5 hits allowed by Andrew Try. 2 runs, 1 earned. He hit a batter. He struck out 3. He did not allow a walk. Luke Larita, a 26-year-old left-handed pitcher. Perez to center. In is McConnell. Catching is McConnell, 2 away. Here's Dominique Hernandez. Single way back in the first inning for Hernandez. Vibes got a run in the first. They loaded the bases in the first. In the first 3 hitters, a walk, a single, and another single. It was a long time ago. First pitch inside from Larita. There have been very few games in the Pioneer League this season, in the entire Pioneer League, where at least one team did not score 10 runs or more. This is going to be an infield single for Hernandez.
Crowd really appreciating that, of course, being down so far, but you do appreciate the effort of these players as they continue to play this game out.
Like we were talking about, Don, this is everything to these players. They need hits. They're going hard. Guys like Hernandez or Cantu or Marquez that are getting a second chance in the Pioneer League to show off the talent that they have, which they do. They aren't going to give away at bats. Here's Cantu. Strike at the top of the zone, 0-1. Next pitch outside, 1-1. One and one. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Runner in first. Cantu, swing and a miss. 1-2. 1 for 3, an RBI single back in the 5th inning. I have some more info on that biggest first pitch. Apparently, 158 people went out to the mound in Missoula, and I'm guessing rolled a ball or I don't know, threw a ball together. That's strike 3 called on Cantu, and the inning is over. We head to the top of the 8th. It's 20-3. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Top of the 8th, Christian Samorano back out there. He'll face Dean Miller, Brandon Trammell, Tyler Ryan. The first pitch, a strike on the inside. Breaking ball, a nice one from Samorano. A quick 0-2 on Dean Miller. In the dirt. Flied behind first. Marquez chasing into the bullpen. Over is the right fielder. This will get into the stands. We have a new right fielder. Miguel Tejada Jr. is now in right, which means there is no more DH. And now I'm confused. Here's a foul ball back and into the stands. That's the one thing that we don't get in the Pioneer League. We do not get the announcements of defensive replacements by the umpires. At least not every time. Obviously, one at catcher is easy to announce, but
so we need to find out who's batting for Binder in the 7th spot.
At the moment, it's Samorano. Line to left. That'll get down. That will be cut off by the center fielder Hernandez. Or Diaz, I should say. Into second is Miller with a double. A triple, a double, and now a home run for Miller. We are in the 8th inning. So I'm going to guess that it was a double switch when Samorano came in. There's Carreño, there's Marquez. That might not be Perez at short, actually. That's Dallas Binder at short. So actually, it looks like the Perez injury, if anything, is what is happening right now. But now, hold on a minute. Okay. Okay, I see what's happened. So Tejada has just come in this inning now because Perez hit in the previous inning. So Tejada comes into the game. Perez lined out in the previous inning. Tejada comes into the game in right. There's no movement at his spot. Binder moves over to shortstop. And now Samorano will bat in Perez's spot.
Number 2 slot.
So that was quite the Rubik's Cube, but I think we've solved it. Here's Trammell. 2-2. Runner at second. Nobody out. Line drive. Fair down the right field line. This is going to, they're going to hold Miller, and Stu Peterson wanted to hold him, but Miller went right past him. Trammell is going to walk into third with a triple. RBI for Trammell. 21. Here's Tyler Ryan, the DH. No. This is Felix Aberut now. will pinch hit here in the 8th inning. Day for Ryan is over. He didn't get a hit in the ball game in 5 plate appearances. He walked. He was hit by a pitch. He was 0 for 3. And now we're going to get a pinch runner at third. All sorts of changes. That's Noah Barros, a pitcher. So Felix Aberut at the plate. Running at third for Trammell is Barros, the pinch runner. And the first pitch is a ball. Aberut is in for Ryan. We're starting to get wholesale changes now. Ground ball to third. Cantu there. Across the diamond. In the dirt, dug out by Marquez. 5-3. 1 out of the inning. Kevin Jordan will bat for the 3rd time now. 2 at-bats, a single and a double. Foul back to the screen. For the 128 still with us, thank you for choosing Vibes Baseball as your choice of television, quote unquote. 0-2 on Jordan. I mean, technically there is YouTube TV. So in a way you probably are watching this on your television, maybe your phone. 0-2 swung on and missed. Strike 3. Second strikeout for Sammarano. 2 away. And I'll bring up Fry. The great thing about being on YouTube is that it's extremely accessible. Everyone knows how to get there. You got the phone, you got the tablet, laptop, TV, streaming stick, whatever it might be. So many good ways to watch Vibes Baseball. It can be watched across borders. And we do get a lot of viewership from Mexico, and we appreciate that. Which is why we also always welcome in everyone with a bienvenidos at the top of each broadcast. Fry looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 3. He's walked twice, scored twice. Touch off the plate, 2-1. After tomorrow, which is the last game of this opening homestand, the Vibes have a 6-game series against the Northern Colorado Owls, not in Windsor, but in their temporary home at the University of Northern Colorado. All those start times are now moved up to 4 o'clock because the University of Colorado doesn't have any lights. Northern Colorado, that is. So a couple 4 o'clock starts, and then one Sunday start at 1:05. 3-2 to Fry, to center. Back is Diaz. He's there. He makes the catch. The inning's over. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th, 21-3 Glacier. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. more changes as number 19, Austin Steinfort, yesterday's winning pitcher, he goes to right field. Tejada at the plate against Lorita. It's Tejada, Marquez. Tejada line drive into the glove of the shortstop Howell. And then Binder, the shortstop. So at the moment, the second spot is occupied by Christian Samorano. We'll have to see if Samorano actually bats in this game. First pitch to Marquez. Swing and a miss. Fastball. 86. 0-1. Base is empty in the bottom of the 8th. 1 away. This is fouled back into the sweets. Did it fall down? No, it did not. Oh and 2 on Marquez. Oh and 3 on Marquez. He strikes out. 2 away. A final in Great Falls, 9-1. The Paddleheads beat the Voyagers. So there will not be any unbeaten teams this year in the Pioneer League. Swing and a miss by Binder. I keep saying Binder because when I was at Idaho Falls last year, and he's still on the team now, there was a pitcher by the name of Jake Binder.
I remember that.
And I started saying Binder, and he goes, no, please, it's Binder. And so I said, okay, Binder. And now I've got to start saying Binder. It would have been trouble, though, for Noah Moore, the new Idaho Falls broadcaster, because Binder was on this team with Binder about a week ago. We will see him and the rest of the Chuckers when they arrive on the next homestand starting, I believe, the 8th of June.
The hardest part of broadcasting and public address announcing.
1 and 2. That's fouled away again. First game as a vibe for Binder. A strikeout, a double, was hit by a pitch. The 1-2. That is low.
And we've had a lot of enthusiasm from the crowd, as we mentioned before. Still a great night for baseball despite the cool temperatures.
It's cooled off considerably today. 2-2. Swung on. Lifted to left. Will this get down? Miller over. Miller leaps. Miller with a nice catch. And the inning is over. To the top of the 9th we go. Glacier leads on this Sunday evening. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Adrian Mardueno, the new pitcher for Rocky Mountain here in the 9th inning. Welcome back to UC Health Park. Tyler Peterson and Don Arcuri with you, watching on YouTube. Maybe you're watching on Presto Sports as well through the Pioneer League website. Either way, we welcome you to the last inning of our broadcast. We know that as a fact. There's no extra innings here in the Pioneer League. We've got the knockout round. Even if there were extra innings in the Pioneer League, we would not have extra innings today. There have been some changes, though, to the knockout round from last year. Something which the Vibes did quite well in. I believe 3 knockout round victories last year. Ground ball to second, backhand by Carreno. Throws on to first, 4-3 gets Nell. All 3 times, too, I believe it was Manny Oyoke who won the knockout round.
It was. He is probably the only home runs outside of a couple others that he had during the season. But a lot of excitement, especially when the first Vibes win came via that knockout round last year.
It was the first ever knockout round at any league, professionally anywhere, and it was right here at UC Health Park against the Grand Junction Rockies. This is Ben McConnell. I'll read you the new rules sent to me by Henry Hunter of the Pioneer League administration. This is hit to center field. In is Diaz, coming in, goes into a dive, and he catches it on the bounce. It'll be a single for McConnell. The visiting team now will receive 2 minutes worth of pitches from an official team coach or active roster player of his choosing. Each round ends after the batter makes 5 outs or the 2 minutes is concluded. An out is any swing that is not a home run. There is no limit on home runs.
How about that? If you could do something rapid fire.
Fouled away by Gabe Howell. And then this is also new. Each round has a new batter, and each batter can only hit once. And there was some confusion last year with the first round being 1 batter, and then the second round through to the nth power rounds being batter number 2.
So there was a question as to whether the first batter could hit again in a second or subsequent round after that.
And then the question was whether or not the batters had to be switched for rounds 3 or 4. There was an issue last year, I remember, with a Chuckers Paddleheads game. This is hit to center field. It's hit well. Back is Diaz. Turning around. At the track. At the wall. It's gone. And did that clear the batter's eye? It might have cleared the batter's eye.
It was interesting because the ball came off the bat what looked like closer to the handle than the barrel. But again, we've got a pretty good breeze moving across the stadium.
We've got a new home run leader in the Pioneer League. It's Gabe Howell. A 2-run shot over the batter's eye in center field. And unlike Miller, who I may have sold a little bit short on his home run, that one was both wind and power. That was 461. 102 off the bat, a 31-degree launch angle. (23-3). One out. Here's Wofford swinging back. There was a game in Idaho Falls last year with the Paddleheads where it went through the first 2 rounds. Everything was tied up. And then in round 3, the Paddleheads batted Pioneer League home run champion last year, Zach Almond. This is hit high to right field. Back is Tejada. At the track. At the wall. Gone. Back-to-back home runs. Wofford gets one as well. Like we said earlier, if you get it up there, it's probably going to go in this wind right now.
Be interesting to see what the launch angle was on that, because it was just a high fly ball. And if you look at the flags now, it's pretty much going straight out to right field or across the stadium from left field to right field. So anything in that direction
This isn't a bet
catch some wind.
that Glacier fans are going to pay attention to, because Miller's got a triple, a double, and a home run. But he will not have a single here. So it can be a 4-3 nothing. It's going to be an error by the second baseman, Carreño. You're wondering about that launch angle on that home run? 46 degrees. He got on the other side of the 45.
That's what I was wondering. It was sky high for sure.
And it's 373, so it probably scraped the back of the wall. And what do we got here? This is Steven DePalma, the loser of Tuesday night's game, the pitcher. He's going to bat here in the spot of, well, a couple pitchers. First it was Trammell. Then it was Barros, the pinch runner. Then Steinfort went and played right. And now DePalma will hit. Well, it's certainly going to make my box score a little messy. The pinch hitter in the ninth. Going to squeeze this pencil writing between these two boxes.
Of course, Steinfort went in defensively into right field last inning.
Hey, a pretty good swing by DePalma. Now, like, a lot of these guys are two-way guys in college, so they bat, they hit, and then when they go pro, they more or less choose one or the other. That swing leads me to believe that DePalma's been in that batter's box before. DePalma went just a third of an inning and allowed 6 runs in the loss. One away, runner at first. High, 1-1. I'm going to give a honorary quad a candlestick to the folks still sticking around here for this 9th inning. Do you know about the quad, Don?
I do not. Please elaborate when you have a moment.
The 1-1. Ground ball, back to the pitcher. To second for 1, on to first, a double play. Looks like it'll have to wait to the bottom of the 9th. We go to the bottom of the 9th, 24-3. Work to do for the Vibes. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. It's the last of the ninth. It's Carreño, Rabago, and Diaz against new pitcher Steven DePalma. DePalma just grounded out into a double play in the previous inning, and now he comes on the mound here to finish off this ball game. Like I was saying before the end of the last inning, I was joking about giving a honorary quad to Candlestick. You familiar with the quad de guerre?
Yes.
So the idea was in Giants games, I don't know when it started, maybe 80s and 90s, it was so cold in Candlestick Park on Candlestick Point in San Francisco, one of the coldest places on earth when you're at a ball game, that the president at the time, I believe, made sort of a joke out of it and offered any fans that stayed all the way through the ninth a quad to Candlestick on the way out of the ballpark. Carreño to center. Will this fall in front of McConnell? It will. That's a base hit for Carreño. So it was sort of a badge of honor that you stayed through the cold night at Candlestick. Here's Jesus Rabago. He did not start this game. It was Julian Lara, but what we believe is on a really nice play he made in the second inning, crashing into the net, maybe hurt his wrist. After that, Rabago came in, singled twice, grounded into a double play. Fly ball, behind second, Jordan out, making the catch. That's a pop out. First out of the bottom of the ninth.
I'm sure the running jibe for the Bay Area, not to offend anybody, not in the offensive business. Coldest day I ever spent.
Yep. Mark Twain. The coldest, or the coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco.
There you go.
There he goes. That's Mr. Samuel Clemens.
Said with all due respect. Love the city.
2,600. Nope, I had it right the first time. 2,818 our attendance tonight. Just got a text from our assistant GM, Aaron Griffith. Strike two.
2008-16.
2818.
818.
Oh, 2 to Diaz. He swings, nubs one into right field for a base hit, and we'll just go station to station here.
And the rally is on.
The folks who are here, they love it, as you should. And let's see, is this Zamorano? This is Eder Rosales, who will pinch hit for Mardueno. So the spot of Zamorano became the spot of Mardueno. And now it's Rosales pinch hitting. Just be glad we're not playing the Ogden Raptors, because last year the Ogden Raptors would bring guys in like the fifth. They would do the designated pinch hitter rule, the pinch runner rule.
They certainly did.
They'd bring that out. They'd play, I'd swear, 26 guys on a roster. We'd have 21 or 2 guys play each ball game. The 2-1. Ground ball down first, and fair. Rosales is going to have extra bases. He'll have 1 RBI. He'll have 2 RBI. Rosales will have 3 and a stand-up triple. That's got to feel good for Eder, coming off the bench late in this game, right down the line. DePalma not happy about it. 2 runs for the Vibes. And I love these folks in front of us Don, because they're smelling one thing. They're smelling an 18-run inning, and that's what they've stayed around for.
Hey, you never know. The past couple of years, even here for the Vibes, it has been that way. And tongue-in-cheek, we've never really counted the Vibes out on any game.
This is Hernandez who takes a strike. 24-5. Dominique breaks his back down the first base line and foul. I said 18 runs, but of course I went to ASU, so my math is off just anyway, but I should have said
down
something else.
Three touchdowns heading into the bottom of the
I'm not going to worry about it.
But that's why you play 9 innings and not 8.5.
Yeah. Tell that to the Northern Colorado Owls. I hate to bring that up again for their sake, but they were up 3 runs on Great Falls the other night, lost. They were up 3 runs on Billings today, lost. Ground ball, that'll find a hole. Base hit, 3rd hit for Hernandez, RBI. It's run number 6. I think the other day, too, it might have been another Phillies-Mets game. One of the 2 teams was down something like 7 runs in the 9th, and they came back, tied the game, won it. This is sort of an ancillary conversation to what's happening on the field, but along the same lines at least. This is down low. Way inside.
It was interesting watching De Palma warm up before his appearance tonight. It was a bit lighthearted. Won't characterize anything specifically, but he was just out there seemingly throwing some easy warm-up pitches, wondering if he was going to come in.
This is going to be a base hit for Cantu. You know, it's really interesting to actually bring that up, Don, because I was just thinking, did he warm up at all in the bullpen?
Again, I won't characterize the nature of his warm-up, but it didn't seem to me to be quite as serious. Hey, you're up by 18, 20 runs. I'll go out there and throw the 9th inning, and all will be well. Here we have the Vibes tacking on 3 during this half inning, and still just 1 out. So
something tells me.
Be that as it may.
Yeah, here's Tejada. He hits this to right. This will be caught by the right fielder, Trammell. Or no, that's the right fielder. Excuse me. That's actually Felix Aberut, who's now on right, after a number of players were in that spot. But I was thinking about it. I think you just said, hey, coach, let me get up there and swing the wood a little bit. And, something tells me that it was something along those lines. Here's Marquez. Past the catcher. This will be a wild pitch. Well, he might be one of the most unhappy members of this night tonight is De Palma, who already has given up 3 runs. Marquez at the plate in a 1-0 count. Wind blowing out to right field. The 1-0. Popped up on the infield. Who has a play? It's De Palma. Is it De Palma? No, it's no one. That's a single. That's an RBI single. The wind played into that for sure. Marquez will take it.
Right fielder, number 14, Dallas Binder.
Well, there's the extra point. Now it's 24-7. Here's Binder. Ground ball to third, foul. Pretty good dust cloud or fog or something going through UC Health Park right now. First and third, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. There is someone throwing in the Range Rider bullpen. This is outside. This is hit in the air. It's a pop-up. Jordan says he has it. Does he? He does. The ball game is over. Final score, 24 for Glacier, 7 for Rocky Mountain. We'll come back with our post-game show and the totals right after this break. You're watching Vibes Baseball on YouTube. Welcome back inside UC Health Park. Your final score tonight, Glacier wins 24-7, 24 runs, 17 hits, 4 errors for the Range Riders. For the Vibes, 7 runs on 15 hits and 5 errors. Luke Larita gets the win out of the bullpen on a scorer's decision. He is 1-0. He went 2 innings, allowed a hit, no runs, none earned, no walks, and 2 strikeouts. The loss goes to Hasiel Ochoa, who is 0-1. He was the Vibes starter tonight. He went 2 1/3 innings, allowed a hit, 5 runs, 3 which were earned, 4 walks, 1 strikeout, and he hit 2 batters. Time of the game, 3 hours and 3 hours and 42 minutes. The game ended at 8:47 in front of a crowd of 2,818. Well, for the Vibes, again, the offense, good. Pitching, still be worked on. Don, we had missed you a little bit in this booth the last couple of days.
Appreciate that.
Your thoughts on tonight's game?
Oh, goodness. I think it's just going to be, again, a combination of getting pitching, hitting, all of that timed. You get good pitching for the most part, but not timely hitting, and vice versa. They got themselves in some situations in the field where the extra errors certainly don't help. Giving extra outs, especially to a team like Glacier who can already hit the ball, that's got to be nerve-wracking for any of the coaches. So hopefully they could just get back and try to have a good outing tomorrow, and see if they could close out the series with a win, and then kind of regroup before they head up to Northern Colorado.
Our next broadcast is tomorrow, 4:30 scheduled first pitch, but come a little bit earlier. We'll have lots of extra ceremonies before pregame. Of course, it is Memorial Day, so we will see you tomorrow. We thank you all for tuning in, for those who have stuck around with us all the way to the end. And for Don Arcuri, I'm Tyler Peterson. Again, our final tonight, 24-7, the Range Riders win. Thank you for watching, and have a good rest of your Sunday nights.